Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Well, good morning and greetings, everybody. On this Monday morning, it sure feels like a Monday. It's gray and rainy where I live, kind of gross outside. And what better time to sit around and play some No Man's Sky, even though we'll get into it. It is Monday, and it is June 9th of 2025, and I've got 10 a.m. At least from where I'm sitting. I know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some are even sitting in the future. But whatever present you happen to be in, I do hope it's going good. All right, let's see if we got anybody in chat on a Monday morning. It's Monday. Most people are probably still sleeping or at work. If you're working, I hope your day goes by quickly with little to no If you're working, I hope your day goes by quickly with little to no aggravation. Aggravation, that was the hard word to say this morning, apparently. But I have a feeling we're going to be saying it later. Good morning, everybody. We got Gary420 in the chat. Good morning. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you, my friend. We've got Sergeant Pilson. Good morning, Sarge. It's been a little while since I did the yell. We've got Joy Roth. Welcome, welcome. We've got Bone Stream. What are you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We've got somebody else in there. Kitten Swarm. I like the name. I like kittens. Who doesn't? If you don't like kittens, something wrong with you. We got Grimy. What's going on, homie? How you doing? We got Shogun A. Welcome, welcome. Am I missing anybody? We got Keone. All right, I'm going to try it. Pereira. What is going on? Welcome, welcome. We got Joby Cummings. What's going on, Joby? How you doing? Good to see you. All right. We got some... it's No Man's Sky. We love it. We love this game. Been going for years. This last update has caused some controversy with me a little bit on a few things, and I'll get into it again as we've been getting into it pretty much every day since this update has happened. Speaking of updates, it seems as if the patch 5.71... well, I need to know how to do it properly then, Keone. And hopefully I'm at least pronouncing the first name properly. Keone, if that's proper, please let me know. If you can phonetically do it, I'd really like to know how to properly pronounce somebody's name. Anyway, this update has been both a really great, a bunch of great ideas. We finally got some new building parts, which is awesome. But there's some buts with that. Anyway, we do have the new patch. I had that on PC already. I updated my PlayStation 5 this morning to the new patch, which I believe is 5.71 or 7.0 or something like that. If anyone knows exactly, please throw that in chat. And I did a quick test on the PlayStation, and yeah, colors are on my city are still, you know, the wrong color. The lighting is still off. Nothing seems to have changed. If anything has changed, it is how the settlements are being handled. But in terms of the base building currently. Oh, so I was right. Okay, 5.71. Awesome. Hey, I was right about something. That's a rarity. But currently, base building is a little wacky. The rendering, in my opinion, is gotten considerably worse, which we'll see in a minute. We're going to drop into the city to see if things have changed since I updated the PS5. I don't think they are, but you know, I went into the PS5, loaded into the city, yada yada yada, and then I figured, you know, let's see if that changes anything via my PC. I don't think so. I think we need patch 5.72. Oh, okay. Thanks, Joby. Well, we're right. Damn it. Whether we are or not, we're right because we said it, so it's the way it is. But we need another patch ASAP, please. Hello Games. I know you don't watch me because it's just me. All I do in this game is build. Occasionally I do other things too, but predominantly I just build in the game. All right. I'm sure you're getting sick of my big fat ugly mug up here on the screen, but give me a minute. I forgot to press play, so we're going to wait for that to happen. And we'll get rolling in just a minute. But I want to thank everybody for stopping in on this Monday morning. What is the crown with the numbers? Yeah, it's a new thing for the community. The more you interact, you get these, I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. I read a little bit on it. And I guess you can do something with the crowns, or you get points or something. Somebody smarter than me knows what's going on. It certainly isn't me. All right, let's get my ugly mug a little smaller. Get down here, put me in the corner. Nobody puts APG in the corner. We're going to start off in the city, but we're going to head on over to our new R&D for the new parts. And we will go from there. I don't know, Joby. To be honest with you, touch something. Yeah. But as we can already see, the color is still the same. It has not changed, even on the PC. The textures are still blurry on stone. The color, which is starting to grow on me, as much as I don't want to admit it. But it used to render so much better. It really, really did. Now, another really odd thing happened that I'm having trouble explaining. I know a bunch of you have been here for my city, and we know that we no longer have any parts to build. Oh, that's new. Okay. And the last time we checked, the amount of parts that it stopped me at was 15,964. For some reason, it is now currently, because it says I can't build, and it is putting me at 15,963. So it took a frickin' part away from me, damn it. What the hell? So we still have some bugs. We still have some flashing. We still have poor render. The holograms have gotten considerably lighter and now blend in with all the things that I've done. So those aren't working. We are going to have to rework the city, which we planned on doing anyway. I'm going to, now that we have these bonus on the new update, is we've got these really amazing, cool looking new parts that still, in my opinion, aren't looking the way they should. Shogun. And we have the legendaries in here. Welcome, welcome. You know, I wanted this whole area to be industrial anyway, and then I realized I was getting close to part ending, and I wanted to fill in this space. I wanted to have some form of a skyline. And, you know, so I kind of quickly threw this together. And I don't like it. I never really did. I kind of like this. I like the look of it. But it's not really what I was going for. So we got these new parts, and we'll get to that in a few moments. So I'm going to tear all this out, except for potentially this tower because of the height. But I am currently, and last night I was hanging out in the music room listening to some music. By the way, let's segue on over to that for a second. On Discord, if you see on Discord a little speaker going, there's probably me in the music room hanging out, listening to some mellow building tunes and just sharing my screen. I'm available for building help and questions. Come join. You know, it's just chilling, chatting, having a good time, just relaxing, talking about music and everything else, you know, just being chill and enjoying the game. All right. Nexus Simulacrum. Why is everyone giving me these hard things to say this morning? Nexus, good morning. Simulacrum. Lava lamp. This game's horrible, bro. Don't get it. I'm telling you. You know, it's a patch update. Things are horrible at the moment, but hopefully they'll get fixed. It's just a question of time, as per usual. All right. So we're going to tear all this out, and we're going to redo it. And that will also give us some new parts. We're not going to do it until the patches are done, and hopefully building is back to normal. Simulacrum. Like words. Stuff. But yeah, so render is still kind of crocious. It's not even a word, but nowhere is lava. I got you. I know where you at. And it's almost tomorrow, or it is tomorrow. But yeah, so we're gonna try and redo the city and get it closer to what I was hoping for in the first place. Oh yeah, please, welcome. Here's a link to my Discord. So yeah, tonight I'll probably be in because you know I don't always have the time in stream to help someone, but if you ever have questions and I'm building something and you're like, hey, how'd you do that thing over there? I will show you, or I will attempt to show you and try and remember what I did, or try to figure it out on the spot again. But on Discord, if you see me in the music listening room, I'm listening to some mellow tunes, just building, hanging out. Feel free to join. Share some of your music and perhaps discover some new music for yourself. Something you might like to build with. I like to go mellow when I'm building. I do like I love all music. I'm a music fan. Music is awesome. But when I'm building, I like a mellow vibe. I don't want to be. I want to build. I just want to chill and relax and build. But anyway, enough of that. Feel free to join. Usually, I usually get one or two people jumping in, hanging out. Had Grammy hanging out, listening to tunes. We had a lot of similar taste in music, which was really cool. I even played some old school stuff on there, mellow old school, and he was like, "I know that band." I was like, "All right, we can hang out." So, and then eventually, once I get people, joining and just hanging out, man, it bums me out so much. I know. Ooh, piece of candy. Just the colors have changed, and it's not what I built, and I want it back. So we're gonna go experiment. You know me, though. I like to walk around the city and just kind of go, what do I want to add, change? Because we are going to be changing things. I thought we were done, but apparently we're not. We used up all the parts on the save, but we're not done building yet, apparently. I want to fill in some visual gaps. I want you to feel when you're walking around it, hopefully at some point it'll be able to be that again, where you feel like you're, in a, confined sort of, jumbled city. We are going to eventually build a new one with the new parts. I've had an idea for some time. I just haven't found the place. I would like to do a little bit of exploring if y'all are cool with that today. And hopefully we'll find... right on, garbage. We'll do a little exploring. I got to find, that space. Location. It's always about location. But yeah, I am pretty stoked that at least the city is still here. It's still at least holding together, even if it is the wrong colors and all the light floors and cubes have changed to the same color, which it should not be. The color is starting to grow on me. The more I walk around, the more I'm like, all right, it's not what I intended. It's not how I matched the lighting or used the lighting, but I'll let it go. I have no choice. But hopefully that bug will be, hopefully it'll be fixed at some point. Explorer fill, Borafill. A little bit, just a little bit. I gotta find the space to build. All right, speaking of building, let's get on over to... I know that the energy core works, Thankfully, this one doesn't take as long as the Dream Machine to turn on, But we'll double check because we did update the PlayStation, and this is a PlayStation save, so let's make sure. since this is one of the main attractions here at the city. We want to be able to make sure it works and nothing changed too significantly. And that's the thing with building in No Man's Sky. You know, it's a constant check of your builds whenever there's an update or patch, and build mechanic, because they change things without telling you, and techniques I have gone away, and even one recently. I'm hoping it changes again, but we'll see. Only time will tell. No Man's Sky. Oh, Shogun. You do now. And as a matter of fact, boom. Here it comes. It's on its way. There you go. Click that Discord link. Feel free to join. You know, I'm, nobody crazy known or anything, even though I've been doing this for years and years and years, just concentrating on the No Man's Sky building stuff. We do other games as well, but, you know my vibe. Try to be mellow. Try to be, in this crazy, crazy world these days, let's try to find some positivity, shall we? All right. We've seen this enough. We got to wait for the things to change. I knew it wasn't going to look any different, even though I did update the PlayStation this morning, because finally the patch is available on all platforms, from what I understand. But so far, at least everything is still here. It still does render, even if it's the wrong color in the lighting right now. Although better is worse. The textures are off on, I think, everything, to be honest. It just doesn't look like, some of it looks blurry. It's not as crisp as it was. We also have, this texture should not be here on these wooden bits. It should be a different color. As we see here in the stone bits, we still have the flashing, and we still have the texture being, again, blurry. It's the best way I can kind of describe it. And I know my eyes are old, and I'm old and everything, but to me, that looks blurry to me. I don't know about y'all, but that looks pretty blurry. So, these things really need to get fixed. The patch, in my opinion, at least for building, has done nothing. Base render is still sketchy. It's still pulling clay. It still kind of phases in areas. Well, it's looking a little better today. No, it's not. Never mind, I lied. Temporary fib. I mean, granted, we do have 15,963 parts. Don't be taking parts away from me. What are you doing? With the new parts that they gave us with bot, and you could make a recharge pod using the sort of thing you have. It's a power in your city when all is fixed. Yeah. Oh, nice, Grimy. Awesome. Yeah, I'll be in that room tonight. Not sure what time. It's usually pretty random. Usually between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern time. But feel free to drop in. Be mellow. If you have any building questions or you need some help with something, I'm available to, try to help you with that. All right. Enough of me. Babala. Let's quit out of here. Sugar. Let's go to our R&D. Even though it says modded, it is not a modded save. I do not have mods on this computer yet. Granted, at this point, they're sort of pointless because the modding community will need to adjust for, all these patches that are going to be happening. So, the hashtag music area is for you to leave music that you like and, things for me to check out that I may not have heard. Most of the music people put in there, I'm like, yep, know it. Because I love music and I listen to a lot of it, and a lot of different kinds. So, all right. So last night I was messing about and realized that I got to do a bunch of rework if I want to make this. Legend, I haven't in some time. I haven't used mods in a bit. When I built my new PC this year, I never reinstalled them. And so, you know, my wonderful, awesome PC that I built, and it's still running. So with the new parts, we've been kind of noodling about, you know, trying to get that city vibe, adding things to my city with all this here. That's old kaleidoscope and other things I was working on. But, you know, these things, these parts are super easy to make look interesting. Again, you know, texturally, if you go to do something, this is still not working. And I will show you shortly. Oh, no, I built one. Yep. I was like, you know what? I want to build one. I mean, I had a pre-built that my brother bought me for my birthday last year, I want to say. No, 2 years. Has it been 2 years already? I was watching the Sunday stream and saw your platform you had that you was going to delete. How did you do that with the purple light in it? Could you describe it a little bit more, please? All right, Gamma, and then I'll try to tell you. I can probably show you. So, as we see, we build it, it's completely rusted, right? And now I go to change the texture to polished, it does nothing, right? It does not switch between the two. And Hellboy was like, oh, all you got to do is, you know, hit your L1 button, swap it over to another thing, go back, and swap it again, and you should get the polished version. And as we can see here, you know, it's different color, and it's got more of the polish on it. So, you know, there are ways to deal with it at the moment. But again, this is why I'm saying currently for the build mechanic, everything has kind of stayed the same. You know, nothing really changed. Textures are off. Oh, yeah, okay. I think you were referring probably to something along these lines, if I'm not mistaken. Was it this sort of thing? Is that what you were referring to, Gamma? This type of thing? Yeah, I can show you how to do this real easy. Well, it's not real easy, but it's easy enough. Okay, so there are two methods. One of them is difficult and is hand placement. That is this method. And it is a bit of hand placement. The other method is a snappable method, and that is using, oops, this. All right, I think I know which one you're talking about. We'll head over there because thankfully that is also a R&D. So let me just want to see what you're talking about so that I make sure I'm showing you what you were asking to see. Was it here that I was doing that? Let me know if it's, hold on, we'll get there. Bear with me, folks. Thank you. Excuse me. Perhaps this one? Was it circular? Well, either way, this is... I thought you already knew how to do this, Gamma. Maybe not. I thought somebody... Is this... I don't know if this is it. I don't know which one you're talking about. Is this the basic idea, Gamma? All right, I'll show you how to build this. All right, y'all, you ready? Yeah, ER said the same thing. He said it had a vibe of a holodeck. Guess you gotta build a holodeck now. All right, so this is it, okay. All right, super easy. Well, again, not super easy, but if you have a slight grasp on glitch building, it's actually not too difficult. All right, let's go over here and get out of the way. Okay, so what you're going to need to do is... Where's that other one I built? Did I destroy that? I might have. All right, we'll head back to my other one because this one is, yeah, you know what? We'll do it here. Why am I being so weird? Okay, let's get rolling here. How to make this wall style. All right, pretty straightforward. What you want to do is you want to kind of create your room, right? Or whatever you're doing, be it a circle. You're killing me, Smalls. All right, chat lag. Folks, please bear with me. This, or this. They are all the same technique. Okay? Is basically what it boils down to. It's a question of changing the parts. The technique is essentially the same. The only one that's different is the one using the alloy as opposed to the legacy. All right, we're going to incorporate now our usual CPR techniques or crap. So what we're going to need here is you want to do an odd number so that you have a middle. You're going to need the raised small paver. You are going to need the cube. And you will need the pyramid. The one with the top to it. Still killing me, bro. The one with the top to it. The one with the top to it. The tube? The kaleidoscope? And the square one with the flat roof to it, as it looked like a platform. I'm so sorry, bro. I am not quite understanding. I'm wondering where you are in stream. Either way, again, the technique remains the same. You just have to, instead of vertical, you'll go horizontal and flat with it, okay? But it basically remains the same. But I'll try and do both so I can show you. Although now I'm feeling like I should do it in the other spot and add it to square one with the flat roof to it, as it looks like a platform. There is nothing here with a roof. Yes, it is the same. All right, let's get started with this. And then, if you have questions on, changing orientation, let me know. All right, so first what we're going to do is we're going to go to our middle floor panel. This technique only works with, legacy floor panels and pavers, which everyone will have the paver, but only a handful will have the legacy metal floor, although anyone with legacy metal floor can drop them off to you. So we're going to start with the paver. We're going to switch that over to the cube. We're going to switch that over to the cube. And glitch timing has become nightmarish. We're going to drop that cube down. Underneath, we're now going to add a paver, and we're going to UA from the pyramid to the raised paver. So when you were going to delete Sunday, but you didn't. Oh, okay. Yeah, same technique. All of this is the same. It's just a question of flipping it. This is the easiest way to demonstrate it. So I will do a vertical version, a wall. You just need to make it into a platform, that's all. Flip it good. Glitching is getting sickening. All right, reset. Yeah, glitching is becoming very, very painful. Like, they really messed with the build mechanic, and I hate when they do that, especially when the build mechanic is working just fine. There's no need to change it. And then they change it without saying they've changed it, which is also kind of a pain in the ass. Crack that flip. All right, so once you've gotten that, what you're going to do is you're going to then build up a wall of about 3 high. All right. And now if you build this into a circle, you're going to have to do every single angle of that circle in order to have this happen, okay? So if you do a circular platform, you're going to end up with something that looks similar to this, where, you have a cube placed on every single floor panel, okay? And we'll get into that afterwards. Okay, back to this. And depending on if you do a square room, you're going to have to, you start in the middle and then you just add, and you'll see as I do that. All right, so once you have your middle and you've got a vertical wall made of flooring, you're then going to repeat the process of changing this to a cube. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a half step. Yeah, this is getting painful lately. Come on. Like, seriously, this is becoming, and I never want to hear somebody say that they favor the builders in this game, because they really do not. About time. Okay, so once you've done that, you should have a cube that is roughly halfway on your floor. Then what you're going to do, and this is all just to get into positioning. There's a few steps to this. Once you have your cube halfway on your floor, what you want to do now is, in order to do a test, you're going to drop this cube down. 2, 3, and we'll go 4. You're going to get this one up out of your way for now, including the paver. Delete that. And this is just to kind of get some position. You're going to bring this down again afterwards. Because right now I want to find where where this reaches the top at some point. All right, so now you're going to take your pyramid and you're going to UA over to the race initiator, okay? And it should look roughly like this. Now, this only does a floor panel height, right? But hopefully, and actually I should probably bring this down 2. Yeah, my fault. Let me get, not 3, it's only 2. My mistake. I apologize. It's a 2 height, not a 3 height. My apologies. I forgot. I haven't made one in a minute. If you want to go bigger, you're going to be doing scaling and manual placement. Okay. It's a 2 height, because then when we do the one coming up from the bottom, it'll cover this, right? And we're going to actually want to change that. So, my apologies, I just flubbed this one. But, so the wall is a 2 height. Take this, we'll swap it again. Because if you change the height with the pavers, everything gets a little crazy. But you can do it. My apologies again. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Then we'll take this cube. 1, 1, 2, 3. Do that. We'll go down 1 more. And looks like we're going to go down 1 more. Almost to the bottom. Oops. There we go. All right, now you can change this again, where the height is, where the, this interacts. The best position for this, honestly, is another half step. Or, it depends on what you're going for in terms of look. I like to have it right at the top edge. Come on. This is really getting agitating with this game. It really, truly is. It is, you know, the building. There's no need to mess with the build mechanic. You know, it was doing just fine. Adding the new parts was awesome. But, you know, to ruin everything with that process, it's just not right, you know? And to change techniques that we've come up with over the years, you know, just, it ain't cool, man. It just ain't cool. All right, that's better. So we're kind of sitting right at the top of that. And now what we can do is, now that we have this in position, you're going to grab a paver, and you are going to stack it 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You're going to put a floor panel to each one of those, and then you are going to add a short wall. I like using this one, which has now got this weird rust texture on it. And you're going to fill in all of these gaps right here. Grimy, even this, like the electrical snap point is currently off. It's offset. So, to be honest, you know, I don't know what the heck is going on until they fix the patches. You know, until they add patches and fix the problems. All right, once you've lined all of this up, you're going to remove your pavers, making sure you still have your holding one just in case. Remove all but one floor panel, and then you're going to just run the floor panel until it catches like this. Okay. See how that is? Once you've done that, you're going to remove all of your short walls very carefully. Atlas, Galacticus, what's going on? And that's pretty much it. Now, once you've gotten that, move that. Keep the cube where it is, but then move the paver down to now latch onto this floor panel so that this is now held in position. Okay? And then you can drop the cube again. Then just take your cube. Okay, so the first one we shot upwards. Now we want to shoot the next one down. And it's probably going to be a half step, but whatever. Until it meets. And now both floor panels are covered, okay? Because the lighting effect only does, you know, one floor panel width. Okay. Then once you have that, boom. And I like to keep a spare handy somewhere just in case I do something silly and delete something I'm not supposed to. But now what you can do is you don't even need this now, right? You need the cube there, but you potentially don't need it. You're just going to drop this over, and it does a 2x3 and a quarter scenario, right? That's pretty much it. Now, you're going to notice a few things, like that weird render we got going on right here. Nothing you can do about that. It's either going to render or it will not. It's going to fold like it is. Now, to get the other look, what you need to then do is go over to your paving, make it black, and then you can use the paving instead, and you can, do craziness. You can add that back in. You can, cover a bit of it. And this is where you get your patterns, your designs. That's where all this comes into play. Depending on what you're trying to achieve. But unfortunately, this only works with the legacy flooring. And this. You line this out. And now you have that. No, I have not Gamma, but we're here. Let's give it a shot. Well, that's where all the kaleidoscope stuff came from. Now, much like the new parts, although you know what? Hold on. What we have not tried is actually moving this into position. So let's try that. 2, 3, 4, 5. But I have a feeling it's going to act much like the alloy, which you can do the alloy, but you have to manually place in the race initiator. So that gets to be sort of a pain. Because lining it up and getting it to not be, cockeyed or crooked gets to be very tricky. But it's doable. It's just you have to have some patience. I wouldn't do it in a circle vertically, I'll tell you that much. I mean, I've done it, but I wouldn't. Not unless you have some time and some patience. All right, so then again, we're going to go and grab the wooden short wall just because it's easier to see. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to change the rust off of that, which is cool to see the weathered look, but I hope they do a patch for the builders because it's not doing anything. Do you know what I mean? It's cool. It's just not doing anything. And I want to see it. I want it to do stuff. All right, so we're going to change that, and then we'll change it again, and we should get normal, right? Now, if we do the color on it, I should get that should be back to normal. Okay. Let's see if we can make this work with this. If not, we'll probably have to do a manual placement, and we'll give it a shot. Let's see if we can make it work, like we did with the other ones, with the alloy floors. I mean, this has a lot of texture. It'd be cool if it worked like the legacy floors, but it... But because the legacy floor is just the way they render and their thickness is a bit different. And whatnot. Yeah, this is like the alloy floor. It would have to be manually done because of the way that this part renders. So let's give it a shot. I'm kind of curious to see if we can get it to work. Because if we can, that'll be kind of cool. But this works with legacy floors. You know, it's it's a little funky with some of them. And in this one, it's actually a reversal. You would have to reverse to do the concrete. But it does work with the wood here. Kind of, sort of. But it does, again, have that weird render. The new floor, that's a good question. Let me take a look. So again, you know, I mean, the legacy floors tend to take this effect the best. And the pavers. But the legacy metal floors are kind of the dominant floor type. Yeah, everything's very muddy looking, in my opinion. But that's basically this. All right. So then using different position, floor panels, etc., you can achieve some different, patterns and things of that nature. Then you want to get super silly. You can add in this piece. minute, what am I doing here? That's what I'm doing. And that will give you no worries, my pleasure. Okay, so then, you know, that pulls, you know, in all those bits and pieces, right? And then you want to get even crazier. What am I doing? Let's leave that. What you do is you and then to extend this, all you're doing is just bringing your cube over, you know, and dropping it in another position in order to, so this is roughly 1, 2, 3 cubes. A gap. This is where you'll have to experiment a little bit. But you can get kind of crazy. And this is how I do a lot of the kaleidoscope stuff now, or at least these new versions. You know, that I created a couple of months ago. Whenever we got the boundary seal, you know, that's all, you know, in here, this sort of thing. We got one circle prepped here for the new parts. I want to make a kaleidoscope out of some of the new parts. They've got interesting textures, but again, we have to wait to see what's actually going to happen, and if they, you know, things change. Because if they do, then we're Scrooged. So maybe I didn't want to do that. All right, then we're going to go and we're going to add in the other swirly bit that I like to do. It's the only one that really does anything cool, different. You know, roughly find our center point here, but, you know, our cursor is going to be off. That center point is roughly the center point of this. So what we'll do is, we may need to move it manually, but and now we're going to get, yeah, let's go up a little higher with that. Yeah, we'll come up to about here. Actually, wait a minute. Hey, Morone, how about doing it another way? That would probably work better. Get rid of that for a minute. Go back and grab one of these things for a second. Bring that in with a cube. That way we get a center point. Go back in, drop this back in. This is why I like the cube, paver, and pyramid. Also, it keeps you, you know, your measurements pretty consistent. Come on. Sometimes you just need to reset. There we go. All right, now we'll take our signal booster again. Oh, and we'll bring out the wire. And this you can, you know, change to your liking, you know, how much of the laser you want through. And we'll turn this on. That's pretty good. It's not sticking away from the wall too much. And then you have that. It gets a little wavy bit. And obviously, if you repeat the process on the other side, you know, you get some neat effects. Hey, Nanya, welcome. And the new wife, welcome. And with this, it depends too on, you know, how much it shows up. If you kind of you bring it out a little further, you know, you'll get a bit more of that, you know, where depending on where, you know, the thickness of the laser, how it tapers out. So, you know, you're going to get a little bit of a different pattern roughly. You'll add that a little bit in there. And there you have it, folks. That's how to do this. Pretty simple all in all. You know, a little moving stuff around here and there, but there you have it, my friends. Ooh, that's cool, actually. Ooh. 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 Let's do something with that. I'm already going to be like, yeah, let's get the other side going. All right, let's get rid of you for now. Yeah, I'm digging that. Can you dig it? Oops. Should probably bring that down a little bit, huh? No, that's not quite what I want, is it? No. I mean, it works, but I want to bring that up a little bit. All right, let's do that. That's better. Still too high. No, it's not in the center. It's like grabbing those. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that lower too then. That's killer. Nothing APG makes sense to me. If it makes you feel any better, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either when I'm doing it, so I just hope for the best half the time. You know, depending on where you put these, etc., etc., etc. But you all know I do this so that other people can create things with this idea. I wonder if it should be the dot or, yeah, we'll try it like that. Y'all are too kind. I'm a simpleton who goes, what would happen if I did this? I never have a plan. Y'all know that. There you go. Fun, funky, crazy stuff. That's really not super difficult to do, and I feel like that needs to jump up another half, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I mean, you could go all kinds of crazy with this. There's, if adding in more, signal boosters, in a different direction. You could do every one of these, have it spinning all kinds of crazy, like, I mean, the possibilities are endless. Why is that not centered, though? I don't like that. Boom, boom. You could just, continually, add those in. It gets a little too chaotic at points, but, if you want to go super go crazy nuts. Downside is it tends to get a little bit overly chaotic. And this is just a quick throw together, you know, I'm not concerned about it being, you know, spaced properly at this point. I mean, we could, but you know, then you can go another craziness and go the opposite direction. And hmm, it gets a little too chaotic in that way. I think that's a little better, a little more subdued. But I mean, you can do all kinds of things with this. You know, you can, and the lighting, when the lighting changes, hopefully, because they're, you know, it's going to need to change. Like right now, we can't use any of this because it's Garbaggio. It doesn't actually change color. And when it does, it's some sort of randomy kind of, you can't even tell it's changed color bit. Right? I mean, will it show up and do some stuff? Sure. But is it worth it? Not really. That's pretty wild. Trying to see where the middle is here. It's kind of in a weird spot, so. All right, see what happens. No harm, no foul. That's all in the day of experimentation. Still not. Oh, yeah, it is. Kinda, sorta. Yeah, well, I want to do a kaleidoscope with that and these, and this technique with that. So we'll get. Well, maybe we could do that today. I've got a circle set up. I need that. Just gonna go to that. But then, am I gonna be able to reach it? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it kind of works. A little much, but. I mean, basically anything. Well, not anything. Ooh. A lot of stuff will, will work. If you can get it to freaking work. Come on, this game these days is driving me absolutely crazy. Really should be down. Yeah, I think that's the best one so far. And depending on how you look at it, as we already know, you're either going to see something or you're not. And there you have it. As simple as 1, 2, 3. All right. Didn't we want to see if we could get the other floor panel to do something? Let's take a look at that and see if we can get something on that. We'll throw a quick experiment over here because this is a pain to do. See, these things don't even light that much. And it appears you cannot change the rotation axis. Hmm. Yeah, they don't really light. Yeah, yeah, the lighting is there's a bug in the lighting. It's, there's some issues that we got to kind of figure out why they're doing what they're doing. Oh, sorry about that. Just had a little issue. All right. Sorry about that. Let's get the music back here. But yeah, this current update has done nothing to really fix building issues at all. Which is sort of a bummer. It does use some lighting in order to make some of this, these tricks happen. Sometimes it will pick up a sticker, other times, not so much. sometimes you have to get kind of close to it to see it, depending on your view angle. So that's kind of kaleidoscopy bits, you know. We've done a bunch of that. That's what all of this stuff is over here. Although now y'all got me thinking I'm going to have to do something with this. And we can change this up too, just by, you know, removing or changing, you know, some of the items that are in here. You know, if we decided to chuck in, hey Sam. No, I'm just, I was explaining to Gamma how to create one of these setups, and then I just started noodling around. Lost track of what I was doing, really. But yeah, these are, you know, that technique is basically how I did all of this stuff over here, right? A combination of these techniques. Articus, welcome. You know, so we, you know, just taking that same concept, putting it in a different orientation. Hey, learned. New generator with the anomaly seal. Have you tried using the new generator? I'm trying to think of what generator that is. But no, I've been messing with the new parts a little bit. I didn't have a lot of chance to do that this week, due to, you know, that horrible 4-letter word. honestly. I am quite tired of my daily grind place. Yes, my friend. And again, using similar techniques. Nah, the only one I'm worried about is the city. The rest of these are just, R&D, playing around, coming up with ideas, and stuff I could rebuild again with relative ease. And most of this is already on bid, so it's captured already. But yeah, so that's kind of what these are, taking all those techniques we just kind of messed with and combining it into a different orientation will get you, different effects. Adding, putting them in different ways. And this is what I mean by you take that one technique and you combine it with other things and you're going to get, hopefully, something interesting. The patch is out, Learned Hand, but it doesn't seem to it did not do anything for the build mechanic. I'm sure it did stuff for, settlements and all that, but for the build mechanic, it did diddly. Diddly. Diddly, diddly. You are under my power. Hit the like button. All right, let's get out of here. We played around here enough. No, nothing. None of that is fixed. No building mechanic issues have been fixed. The textures are still garbage. You can see here that the point of contact for this is way off. Throwing a pill light, same situation. So, unfortunately, Ice Morty, what's going on? What more branches are lined up? The textures and colors still remain. Yes. 100% Ice Morty. We are having some crazy issues. I am not stoked yet. I have patience that they will fix these issues and we can get back to building with the new stuff. And, maybe we'll get surprised and, they fix the lighting and the textures and everything. And, we're even more surprised by the new parts and they look even better than we're seeing now. Because even the polished look doesn't look quite polished. It still looks sort of worn. Yeah, kind of a pain. But, we'll give it some time. We have to. It's just what happens, right? We need to, as per usual, with a large update, we have to wait for some patches. Well, the bonus is from what I can tell, Learned Hand, is even though the connectors are, a distance from, the actual contact point, when you place in the part, like I was able to make a circle yesterday and there wasn't anything wonky with it. It was an actual circle, it worked out just fine. So I think we're okay, at least on that level, but, I wouldn't put that much faith at this point. We just got to wait for another patch. That's all. It'll happen. We'll get there. Why did I put this here? Is there a reason? interesting enough. Okay, let's head back on over to our new R&D with the new parts. And I have to do some work, unfortunately. Because I messed around last night with it and I realized that the circle of things around it is too close. So now I need to separate each one. And I don't really like it, but again, that's why we do R&D, so we can see, you know, what it is we dig and what we don't. And right now, the other thing I also noticed was the daytime stuff seems a little off. No worries. Hopefully that helped you, Gamma Wolf. Gave you some ideas to work with. You know, I've been doing that stuff for, you know, whenever the Boundary Seal came out and I made the Dream Machine. So, you know, that's all. All right, so this is an issue too. I like the rusted effect as well. I totally agree. Again, I love the new parts. I just wish they were rendering better and looking, I think, a little more appropriate. You can tell. It's like it's blurry. You know, there's something not quite right. And if you look at the lighting as well here, you know, it looks cool, but it's a little too dull. I don't know, something's just not, something ain't sitting right. Well, that sucks. You can't even look at that from this distance without it being all flubbed. And that's why I'm not really doing anything serious in the way of building until these patches are done. Because things are not drawing in very well. Like, I should be able to see all of that, right? But what I was noticing last night is these are too close. I need to bring those out more. And I think also what I need to do is bring them out from these points. And get it out to maybe about here instead. All right, let's try that instead. I think they're too close, and then if I want to do anything in here, like building off of this, it's very tricky. Oh no, legend. These are going into my city, and I am going to build a new city. I'm just trying to find the spot. That's the crazy bit. You know, I mean, I love these new parts. You cannot argue with, you know, how cool these are. The problem is, you know, we need to wait for the patches to get back into serious building so that things don't change to the point um, you know, where you build something and it changes dramatically and you can't do anything to fix it without rebuilding it. You know, so what I'm trying to do now is just figure out spacing and, you know, how these parts look. So 1, 2, 3. All right, we're gonna hurt. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let's get our restore point. So this is all right, perfect. I don't know. What do y'all think? Oh, did I not? Hold on. I just want to see what happens here. Oh, this has none of my... Ah, it's got none of the additions. Interesting, okay. I could have sworn I did a bit. Man. Did I totally mess myself up here? I think I did. Yep, I did. Okay. All right. No, you know what? That's okay. We need to rebuild this. We have our structure. We have our idea. I think now it's a time to figure out how to rebuild it and make it work for us. This is neat, but because these parts are not centered on the platform, it's not centered here either. And if we look, let's grab one of these. Like, in my opinion, this should be centered to this line, not offset. And I'm wondering if that's kind of the case with most of these. Yeah. I think that the center point on these is off as well. And this is why I'm saying I don't want to get too serious about the build, because I have a feeling some of this stuff is going to change. Because the textures are off and they've, you know, maybe they're shifted, I don't know. But, you know, things are, you know, things are the way they are. We just got to wait. We got to see what's happening, you know. Let me check this here, because this should be a pretty symmetrical part. Yeah. Yeah. Like everything. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so if we look, and this is about the space on the other one too. If you look here, this is like jammed against this, right? And then if you go to this side, you have about a wire nub distance between it. This side is right jammed up against that spot. This is, you know, away from it a little bit. I think, and it's how far difference is this too. So if this is, where's our center nub? Yeah, it's about, yeah, I think everything is shifted a little bit. I think these were intended to be centered on that line, and in fact should be, in my opinion. It should not be offset. If you want to offset it, you can do that, you know, by moving things around a little bit. But yeah, I think even those are a little bit offset. Yep. And it's about a wire nub distance. You can see this point here should be here. This comes off to the edge where this side does not. Yeah, okay. This is why you shouldn't really do anything serious with these parts yet. I think there's going to be some changes coming soon to positioning, texture, all that. And they don't seem to light very well or take lighting appropriately. Again, you know, I'm seeing this blurriness. If we look at the underside of these rooftop pieces, they're extremely interesting, but something is off. Yeah, there's no glass or like the window bit. It's not really a window. It's a like this little tiny slit. Uh, I'm just curious to see what this does. It's not even picking up any of the pattern bits. Yeah, it's almost like they're not there. All right. Let's see what we do here. Something I've been actually. No. Don't mess with that. Not that. All right. I think we need to rebuild this. I like this, though. I like how this one actually became part of this. I'm trying to figure out how I did that. I don't really remember. All right. What we could do, because we already have it set up, I want to kind of keep those where they are. Do you think we need all of them, or you think I should just do in every other scenario? But then that leaves us with 4. I like the 5, I kind of, or the 6, whatever, maybe we have. You see one problem, though. All right. Complete teardown rebuild. I mean, we could also just remove the top here. Although I kind of like it. And we have that. It needs the top, though, doesn't it? With these. They just need to be... They just need to be pulled away from the center. Everything's too jammed in there. And part of me is like, yeah, I know what it took to put those in, and it's a pain. So I'm gonna, like, I don't know if I want to do it. And I'm looking at the backside now, and that's going to create another issue, but it might be worthwhile to create it. So we'll see. I don't know. You know, again, what I do now, I know is going to change. So I need to keep that in mind. All right, as much as I don't want to do it. Like, if this were shifted over to where it should be, boop, I wouldn't have to necessarily move it. I could make it work the way it is. But because everything's shifted slightly right now, it's throwing everything off. Now, I don't know if this will be fixed. I don't know if it will stay the same. I have no clue, obviously. I am not making the game. Oh, that's not what I want. That's what I was worried about. But let's see if we can make that work for us. I have a sneaking suspicion that it is their way of probably trying to make a way to have cities in the game. You know, instead of me doing 15,000 parts. um, one, two, three, four. Take care, Keone. Thank you for stopping in today. Good to have you here. Hope you have a good day. We are at our 2 hour mark, so I think it's time to take a little break before we get into all of this work. There's going to be some work here. And hopefully we'll get it. We'll see what happens. And I have a feeling we're going to have to mess about again with floor placement. I think I'm going to have to redo the center as well. But, you know, that's why we do it now. So that we, you know, when we go to actually build something that we want to build, we're kind of ahead of the game. You know, we're like, okay, you know, I know I should probably do this sort of thing or add this sort of thing or, you know, come out this many floor panels. You know, it gives you a base idea of what you need to do for next time. This needs to be centered. These offset pieces are driving me nuts. I'm curious if they do, if it will shift, which we'll find out, you know, at some point. But if you build something now and you like it and then it shifts, it may not, you know, it may, you know, pull apart from something else. Yeah, it's definitely time for a break. That is the nasty ass coffee flavor or temperature. All right, we're going to get back. We're going to rebuild this entire thing. Thankfully, we've got our scaffold here. We got to do a couple things for these, and then we should be pretty good. And I'm trying to think here. Yep, that is the way I want to do it. Let it tapers outwards. And then I'll show you some things I kind of discovered messing around with these last night as well. This particular part, but also this part. Once they fix the light stuff. So, all right, y'all. We'll be back momentarily. A few minutes. I got to do a bio break. We got to get our other coffee heated up. We got to peel the peepers away from the screen, stretch those out, get up, stretch out, you know, move around a little bit. Can't be sitting here for 2 hours without my butt getting a little bit cranky in my lower back. So for those of you who got to get going, thank you so much for spending some time here. I do appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell and all that jive before you head out. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. For those of you who are sticking around to watch me cry and rebuild all of this, well, at least the 5, 6, 7 parts, do the same. Get up, stretch out, get those eyes away from the screen for a minute. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'd say about 3 minutes or so. And we'll get to rebuilding this. All right, y'all. We'll see you in a few minutes. We'll be right back. Hope to see you here. Let's get that be right back going.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. It's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right.
All right, we're back. Oh, thanks, Legend. Yeah. Well, we want to thank Grimstone Media for that. Grimstone Media made my intro and the Nip Nip song. I want to thank Grimstone Media for doing that for me. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, so now what we have to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll keep 1. All right, now. Shabbat. Because we need space in between that, in order to build other stuff and build out, right? So we're going to do that. Oh, this is going to hurt. This hurts already. And if we don't like it, we just won't save. Sure. All right, let's get prepped for this, shall we? We will prep. That way I've just got my parts handy. And I'm not searching around for them. They're just handy where I need them. Ever notice the triangle is a lot of times seems lighter, or the pyramid rather, seems lighter gray than the rest of them? Could just be me, but it always seems, because I'm always double checking, like, is that right? Katrine, hello, welcome. Yeah, Katrine, the city got a color change. All the lighting is different. The render currently is off. Again, that even not scaled up, it looks blurry. It looks off. There's something, I really hope we see a patch for the build mechanic. I really do, because it desperately needs one. And as I just pointed out, all the new rooftops, the part is shifted on the base. So, you got your base. How am I going to show this? You got your base, and the part is like, instead of being in the center, is like down or over, I want to build with new stuff. All right. Here we go. You ready? Time for work. All right. We need to first switch the floor panel at the end here with a cube. We need to drop it. And we'll get into how many times we need to drop it at some point here. Once we figure out what we're doing. We're going to have to get those to... Yeah, the wire ends. Thankfully, Katrine, even though the contact point is off center, the rest, it does, you know, at least attach properly, if that makes sense. Because I built this circle with that, and it, you know, it wasn't offset or anything weird. It seemed to work just fine, so. It does mess with you visually, though. I do see that. It's not very helpful. That's for sure. But, again, we will wait for the patches and see what we get. It should eventually be fixed. I'm hoping that my color change is just a little buggy, and that will also be fixed. But only time will tell. Glitch timing is way off. And it's really starting to get agitating. It's one way to put it. I would like to see it fixed, but I'd also like my wire back. When I place one underneath and I copy it, the contact still stays reversed, so that I can do some tricks for lighting that this game desperately needs help with the lighting and base building. Oh, why did I just do that? That made no sense. It needs help. You know, we definitely need some help here. The base building community is currently cranky because we would like to get back to building in this beautiful, wonderful game, but we can't do it reliably at the moment. Come on. I swear. It's a hassle, Mr. Murray. Okay, so now we need to figure out where that part's gonna land, right? So we're gonna try 4 down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we will have to figure out how to deal with this. I'm hoping... Yeah, it looks like I can still build down here. I'm hoping I can carry it down. Otherwise, I'd have to move this entire thing over. But that's the fun of doing an R&D is, you know, you kind of, you make this thing and then you're like, oh, wait a minute. how do I make that work now? You know, like, ooh, that didn't quite work out the way I thought. How do I make it work that way? You know, how do I make it look like I intended to do that? All right, so we're going to start with this one here. And we went down 1, 2, 3, yep, 4. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt, I'm going to do the first attempt, and we got to figure out the direction that these are facing. That's important. So I know which way to put each one of them. Now I got to find the enlarged wire, which is right there. And I think it's this way. All right, so it's a little too high for the flooring. Again, we're going to redo this, so I can move that if I need to, but I want to try to keep from having to do that if possible. So I think we're about, that's too low. Yeah, so we'll try to bring this, we'll go paver on that again like we did last time. We'll see if that actually does the trick. We're going to grab the paver. Oh, no worries, Katrine. You know me. You didn't miss anything. I showed Gamma Wolf how to make the fun wall. I guess we're going to call it I guess we'll call it the hologram, not the hologram wall, the hollow wall maybe. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna go 4.5, then a paver, then we're gonna grab one of these puppies here. Grab that, and then now we'll bring it off the paver. Or we'll wish we had made our glitch. Son of a biscuit. Come on. Glitching these days is such a pain. Son of a glitch. Yeah, this gets annoying these days. It really does. I've never had to go through and glitch as many times in the past as I've had to recently. The timing is different. Something's different. Please, pretty please, Hello Games, fix our build mechanic. The building community has lots of people who would like to get working. All right, see, that's too high, right? So we're going to keep that. And we're going to have to redo our circle. Okay, no big deal. It's really not. You know, we can make a circle in our sleep. So we'll leave that for now. It's just a little too high. I don't want to see this bumpy bit here. But, and then we're going to, yep, I might as well. I'm just going to kill it now. Just going to be like, all right, you're out. Peace. What the? All right, you know what? We're getting rid of this too. We are going to keep the center one, though. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not, because I'm about to change all that. Okay. So all this will get changed. We're going to work off of this as our main platform. And we will carry through with that. Okay. I do like the position. We are about 3 floor panels away, plus the others there. Gives us plenty of room to get some work done. I'm wondering if we should just go down 4 without having to micro adjust. I wonder if I can do that with like a short wall. I think it'd just be easier to yeah, it's just easier to rebuild the circle. Just follow the same pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom, boom. Paver, boom, pyramid, bamp, pow, and disappointment. This game is frustrating, but I love it anyway. All right. And again, I want to thank everybody for stopping in today. Good to have you here. Actually, is this facing the right way? Yes, okay. Hope you're having a great day today. Hope you're feeling... Yeah, look at the cube. See how blurry the texture is on the cube?
Feel pretty good. And I'm not scared at all. I just feel kind of invincible.
Me too. I got a very positive attitude about this.
Good, me too.
Yeah.
You're killing me, Sean. You're killing me. on. Kushraga. Patience, 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 my friends. This game requires patience for a number of reasons. One of them is if you're a builder. Although I will say, you know, with the complaining and all the other crap, we always want to look at the positives, right? Because let's face it, we love this game. We love the creators. I know, you know, they're trying to do 2 games right now at the same time. But see, this, in my opinion, should be here. I'm out, Grimy. I'm out. And funds are low, so we are taking a break, not by choice, but we're taking a break. Yeah, I'm completely, I'm tapped, man. All right, so now we got to dig a hole here. Yeah, I know, bro. I'm about to, as they say, dry. Get that dry. All right, we're going to try to make some room here. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we'll grab the paver and the pyramid. And then I think once we have this taken up, then, you know, having that bit of space is going to be nice. And also the gap between, I think, is going to be nicer. Get some look. Will Badger, good morning. How you doing, homie? So yeah, again, you know, just, you know, we hope that we get some, you know, patches soon. But rotation seems a little tighter. It's not as you know, it seems to click a little bit better, if that makes sense. And I'm basically like seeing this as, I guess, where I'm going to try to make sure that they're all kind of facing the same way. But again, this here, in my opinion, should be, you know, here on the center line here. And as we've looked at the part by itself, you know, we can see here that the space between here and here and here and here is different. It is more noticeable on a couple of the other parts, but I would like to see it centered. Alright, we're also going to have to dig a hole here, so we might as well do it now before we even get started. One, 2, 3, and 4. Boom, boom, boom. And again, we're going to have to figure out how to make this work to hide the base. The base was hidden earlier in the other portion. You know, now that we've extended out, it's going to be significantly more difficult to hide this, you know. I just totally screwed up. I'm an idiot. I had a whole other idea. How many have I done already? 3? Shoot. I can do it later. I can do it later. I'll leave my setup. I'm not gonna force you guys through it. We're gonna. I have to change something, but it involves removing this. Of course it does. But I will not put you through the torture that I'm going to have to go through in order to do what I was thinking about doing, but I got in my head I'm going to be sitting here just redoing this part, and that's going to be a pain, so. I will not make you sit through it. And we'll fill that in later, once we are satisfied with whatever it is we're going to do. But like any construction, you know, you got to mess with the dirt. You got to get your foundation. You got to put your stuff where it needs to go. And then you go back through and you fill it back in later. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3. We'll get there. We'll get there. Not like this, we're not gonna. I mean, usually after the major stuff, you know, missing your glitches. A little more tolerable, but when you're right in the middle of trying to get your main foundation done, it gets a little frustrating. Like this. Come on. Do what I need you to do, please. And I should probably back off, actually, because that's going to come in. Come on! Oh, really, Joy Ross? All right, let's play with that idea too. Once I get this foundation down, we'll take a little break from the work and we'll go play. We'll try some other stuff. I just want to get this foundation down. I was going to do that earlier with another thing. But I did not get to it. And again, we'll have to dig another hole. Oh, light bars would be cool. Yeah, Joy Rot. That's a great idea. Well, how about just getting the lighting to work properly first? You know what I mean? Then we'll get that. No, Joyrath, I get it. You know, I'm the same way. Like, I really don't want to complain too much, but at the same time, we kind of have to, as much as I don't want to. You know? I mean, the new parts are cool, but they're also not rendering properly. You know, textures are off, lighting's off. Mess with my city, man. We're gonna have words. And those words are, please, fix it. Yeah, the amount of times I need to actually redo glitch now is atrocious. Freaking atrocious. I would like to see if multiplayer is functioning again. Has anyone tried multiplayer? I'm wondering how crazy multiplayer building would be right now. I mean, especially on like an Xbox or something where they have to wait 5 minutes for their parts to render in. Like that just doesn't seem right. Yeah, everything's shifted. Everything seems just off. Not super concerned yet. You know, I'm hoping we see another patch. Like I was hoping for one today on PC. But you know, I'm hoping maybe tomorrow. One more. Only one more. Yeah, took forever to load. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Alright, well, we gotta take the good with the bad, don't we, I guess? At least right now. And now you see why I put all the parts on each one of those, so I didn't have to go searching around, you know what I mean? What? Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm worried about my city, but we'll see. Worst case scenario, we've got it on, you know, I won't get to finish it. At least we have some video evidence of it. Convenience store coffee is really tasty and cheap. But they got the holiday cups up. It's like, yo, what are y'all doing over there? Yeah. Well, I can't upload mine. That's the problem with mine. You know? Is, now again, if I wanted to be a little more accurate, I would tether this, but at this point, yeah, just a bit. And I really want to know what happened to my other part. Like, what's going on with that? Like, why was it 15,964 parts, and then with the update, now it's, they took away a single part, you know? Breathe. 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 I hate you, game. No, I don't. I love you. I hate you. I love you. I hate you. No Man's Sky. Don't ask why, it's No Man's Sky. It'll do what it wants. It'll make you cry. It'll make you jump for joy. At the exact same time, it's No Man's Sky. My oh my. Alright. I think we got our foundation down, right? Yes, we do. Okay. And now look at this over here. Look at this fade out. Yeah. The draw distance is garbage. Garbage. Yeah, rendering. I got to bring this up again because rendering, when I first brought my cross save over and the city over to, you know, the PC cross save thing, it rendered beautifully. It's like when it was on the PlayStation 5. It was like I could walk around it. It looked great. The lighting was great. It rendered great. And then it just started to fall apart the closer and closer we got to this update, until we are where we are now, where it's just it's a rendering nightmare. And I don't know how it can go from rendering so great to then just falling apart in such a short period of time when they haven't even done the update yet. Like, it gradually got worse. All right, I should probably save, even though, whatever, we're going to make this work somehow. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to put in the first of the and we might as well no, because we're gonna remake the circle. We're gonna bring it up that way. I can do it from any point, but I want to do it from the center. Okay, so if we do exactly let's get rid of this. Keep that for right now. Get rid of that floaty bit. We're going to get rid of... No, we're going to keep you as a reference. Actually, no. Because we're going to have to change that, aren't we? Yeah, I think we're going to... Okay, hold on. Let me think about this for just a second. All right, let's put the centerpiece into the exact same spot as the other one. I'm less concerned about that at the moment. Because we're going to need to remake the circle. So I'm going to... We're going to get rid of that. 1, 2. Three and 4. Right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more. Okay. I thought that looked a little low. Should work. And then if we take what do we want? We want you. Nope, nope, no. No, 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 and more no. How am I going to do that? Okay, let's figure it out. 1, 2. I actually want that here. 1, 2. And that way that gets into there. And that's pointing out there. That is flat to there. Yes, okay. So, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3. Later, legend. I hope your meeting goes by quick and is not annoying. And then we do that. And then we do this. Followed by that. And that. And that should be roughly the same as the rest of them. I'm just doing a dry run here just to see what it looks like. And that we can maybe even keep, but we're gonna not, I guess. Okay, that's fine. So now what we're going to do is we are going to take this. We're going to raise this up. That level. We're going to bring that in to the center. And delete all of this. Making sure to not delete that. Now would be the time to get rid of these, although we could keep them and put in another item if we wanted to that is scaled. But I think at this point it's probably best that we go through, fill in these gaps or the holes, you know, terrain manipulate that back into place, remove the, you know, so we don't lose part count, because let's face it, parts are important, as we learned in the city build. And actually, that reminds me, I wonder if I even have a settlement or a freighter on this save. I'm hoping I don't have a freighter, but... Just double, triple checking. Okay. Now we will fill all that back in. Except for the center one, because we need that. Okay. Think we should save right about now? Probably not a bad idea, huh? Let's do a save. Alrighty. And now we remake our circle. And that is going to be offset from that, which is fine. And yes, while the electrical connector is currently FUBAR, it will look funny when you make your, you know, when you drop your straight wire, right? But it will end up where it should be, so do not freak out. It is temporarily offset. But as you can see, it still puts itself where it needs to be. Right? Right. Wow, where are all these people coming from today? How you doing today? How's everybody doing? Thanks for stopping in. If you're new to my channel, I do mainly building stuff in No Man's Sky. I do play other games, obviously, but No Man's Sky is my love-hate relationship. And if you ever have building questions or you need... Oop, that ain't right. anything with No Man's Sky building, I'm always happy to help. If there's something I am doing or did that you're curious about how it was done, please feel free to ask. We had that happen this morning. I do not mind stopping whatever the heck it is I'm doing, because I probably want to keep from pulling the remainder of my hair out. See, and this is another thing that happened too, the wire change, the wire color change. Like, for years, we could do what we were doing there, right? With the wire glitching in the parts, and it would just stay the color it was. Now when you draw the wire, and we've known this for a little bit, but for any of you who are new to building, now when you drag the wire, it changes color, and then the part changes color, which is interesting. Don't get me wrong. If used properly, it actually is a cool thing. But sometimes it's kind of a pain when you just want it to be the color you want it to be. All right. Now that we have that, we should be able to extend out to, excuse me, this part here. And we should be right where we left it, on the same height. Let's hope so, or I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. Nope, perfect. And this is just high enough where it's not covering too much of, this. We could have brought it down a little bit more, but I really am trying to hide the base of these, right? So, you're only seeing the portion that protrudes. And now we just do what we always do, and we make our circle, and then we'll save. But in this instance, I'm just going to extend out to each one of these. And tonight, when I'm sitting in the music room listening to actual music instead of Lux, which is awesome, and actual music, but, I got permission and copyrights and all that fun stuff, which is a garbage thing in my mind with the music. But I'll be chilling in the music room tonight, and I will be reworking the thing I forgot to do, so I didn't have to redo all of these again. But I will do it later, off live stream. But I will be streaming it on Discord later. So if you're interested in watching and listening to some mellow tunes and chilling out, and again, if you have any build questions or anything like that, that's where I'll be tonight at around 6:37 Eastern Time in the PM. Linda does her BMs in the PM. Television quote. If you know that show, then 1, you like to laugh. And 2, you get the TV quote of the day. Well, I'll probably do another one in a little while. All right, boom, bada, boom, boom. I wish I knew how to make a slightly larger circle, but I only know the 32. But that's where what I need to do later is going to come in handy. We'll get into that later. Because I don't want to do it now. And then I'm hoping that this is actually the distance I want, but there's no way to tell really until I put some of the stuff in the way and take a look at it. But if I don't like it, if I think it's now a little too far away, I can change that tonight. And since we have the cube in there already, all we got to really do is move the cube around a little bit. We can adjust it. And for those of you who have not seen my city, if you're interested, just ask in chat, and I will head on over and do a walk around. Just because, well, with the new parts, I keep going back in and looking around, going, all right, where would I add that? What can I do there? Yada yada yada. And I'm hoping too that we'll be able to not have to have all these floors once we put in our other bits. I'm going to try and save some room that way, because doing a circular floor like this obviously takes up a number of parts that could be used for other cool things as opposed to just a round floor. But sometimes you need it. And I do like the design, that it does. And that's another really great thing about legacy floors is the patterns that they make. I mean, back in the day when we were tier glitching, you would see the pattern, but you could always tell it was a little off because we didn't have a perfect circle technique yet. We had to do it by hand, simultaneously walking uphill in the snow, no socks. Definitely none of the crap that y'all get today in terms of building stuff. Like, we had to suffer. It was suffering, man, I'm telling you. You think you got it. You think you got it hard. I invite you back into the glitch days. Or the tier. Man, I really wish I could do a... like, I'd have to shut off all the Wi-Fi and whatnot and unplug my... I want an original... an original iteration of the game so I can show people what it was like to tier glitch. What a pain. And you had no option. You had a handful of options. And then, as I've explained in the past, I fumbled across a third option later. And Dark Lord Zelric, who taught me how to tier glitch back then, was like, how'd you do that? I'm like, I don't know. I was waiting for you to come back to figure it out for me. And in about 10 minutes, he's like, I think I know what you did. But yeah, all we had was adjacency and a tier glitch. All right, I think I'm digging yeah, it needed more space. Yeah, we needed that. I mean, it looked cool, like confined and everything, but if I want to build and expand off of this circle, we need the room to do it, right? Especially if I'm enlarging every part here. Okay, let's do a save. I make up my own sound effects while I'm building because I usually just have all of that turned down while I am doing, listening to music. All right. Ooh, pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle et monsieur. That's the extent of my French, by the way. Maybe a petit oiseau. Ooh la la. Merde. But that's kind of similar in other languages as well. I love like accents and languages. I like different voices and things of that nature. They're fun to try to do, even if they're not real when I am making them. They are fun to pretend to be. Builder's Hush. Okay, let's see what that looks like. I think that's more what I was going for. But again, we're gonna have to I have to redo each one of those spires. I don't necessarily need to, but I kinda do if I want to do anything else with it. So yes, that works. I don't mind that being so low. We will compensate for that later. We can add bits and pieces to make this look like it's not just slammed into a floor. That works all right. It's just an antenna. We're good with that. That's a little funkadelic, but I'm all right with it. We can hide it if we need to. That works. All right then. And we can also kind of, you know, we can keep bringing this in and out. You know, we don't have to, it doesn't have to stay this way. All right, so now that that's there, what I'm going to do is, and let's get actually a distance look from it. Perfect. That's a little bit better. Okay. Raven's Multiverse, what is going on? Welcome, welcome. Well, it's, you know, it's No Man's Sky, so it's going somewhere. We just don't know where. We're trying to rebuild what I started last night. Because I wanted it, you know, a little bit different. We could bring this up, if possible. All right, now we need to get the second layer in, all right? And in order to do that, what I need to do is bring this up. And it is 1, 2, 3 to the center. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 should do it. And then we'll do a measure on that. That should work. All right, let's give that a shot, see what we get. If we like it, awesome. If not, I'm hoping that we will have that same sort of, you know, where this piping wouldn't look natural. All right, I don't know if I should do another one of those or the small tower. I'm going to try it with the small one first. That way it kind of ends a little bit differently. Where's our wire? There you are over here. And you can be a little cavalier with this. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect like a lot of stuff. And again, I think things are going to shift once when things get back to normal. Ooh, no, you know what? Something is different with that I don't like. What is that? All right, so we know we're in the center. So what I'm going to do now is, and this is the pains of doing this sort of stuff, is I'm going to delete this. I'm actually going to, I don't know if I like that one better. I think I'm just going to use 2 of the same. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bring this down 1. And 3. That should get us in the center. Back that out. And we're going to use... Yeah, and look at how horrible that... Look at that. That should... Like, I love the new parts, but the game is rendering so horribly right now. I really hope they can fix that. You know, the break in immersion, you know how I feel about that. It is something that drives me absolutely crazy. So what we'll do is we will use the same part twice. And I think that's what I did last time. And then we're gonna... Nope. We're gonna do the top one first. Because we brought that down into a spot where I wouldn't be able to get to it. So we got to do the top first. And yeah, the rotation is significantly better. I will say that. Rotation is a lot better. Like, in order to try to get it to be parallel, it doesn't like skip over where you need to be, and it seems a little bit more notchy, which I like. Originally, yeah, see, I feel we can get a better, you know, lineup with it. Okay, so we're going to start with that one. And then we'll put in the other one. And I want to I think I want to do it in a different direction. So we just did that one that way. And I'm going to want to do... Which way did I do? I think that way. I don't remember. Yeah, see right there, like it just hit that little half space, which I really, think works. I'm trying to get this particular overlay. There it is. Good, perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. Maybe not. Yeah, no, that works. I think we're okay with that. Yeah, because that pipe is on a different side as that one. And so what, these are next to each other. I could turn that, but then that would bring that pipe to the same side. Perfecto. All right. Now we have our base foundation for whatever we're going to now build off of, right? Now the trick here is to make this blend into this somehow, right? And we kind of know some tricks already of how we're going to do that. Joy Roth, heck yeah, that would be really cool. But again, if we take a close look at this, and I'm going to even bring it to standard size so that we can have a unaltered look of it. Like, it seems, I don't know, like too light, maybe a little too opaque. I don't know, or not opaque enough. It looks like it's there, but it looks like something should have been. I don't even know how to put it. It again, the parts seem blurry. They don't look, and this is standard size. And even this in here, these parts, it looks a little wonky. Yet cool. Wonky but cool. So there is that. Now, the other thing I could do here with the central point is notice how this is all in the center. I could, alter this a little bit and make that, look a little different. But yeah, now that's much better. Yeah, the distance that we have now, it just makes more sense. That gives us some room to work. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. So we got 8 more circles to make, by the way. And then I got to put all those frickin' things back. La Bourbon. I don't have to make circles. I could do them as squares. But what I would like to do is somehow connect. And in order to do that, I'm going to have a an angle from the circle in order to connect some, bridges or walkways or something, I could do them as squares. But, all right, we should probably save. And I know everything currently is gray, but that's the thing. I want to add the color when I'm ready to add the color. You know what I mean? All right, give me a second. I got to AFK for just a second here. Please pardon while I do. It'd be cool if the planets actually made rotations. But yeah, that's not horrible. Okay. Now, what I can do to kind of fix this offset bit, and if we look here, we got to kind of cover this because, hey now, that doesn't look quite right. So we got to fix that. Which is actually really easy to do. Once we get to it. What are we at here for time? Oh, okay. We're going to be taking another break shortly. Every 2 hours, I want to take a little breather. just so my eyes don't get all strained and my butt doesn't get flat. Well, any flatter than it already is. By sitting in this darn chair. Now, this is all foundation. Some of this will stay, some of it will go. Right now, it's just our structure or our scaffold. You know, we're going to work off our scaffold here, and we'll try and get something to happen. All right, let's. I know I probably just saved, but we're going to save again just to be on the safe side. And now what we'll do is we will take... what? Hardscope, there's a new expedition? Not that I'm aware of. Did they add an expedition in... Nope, coming soon. Coming soon. Okay. Oh, yeah, Hardscope. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? I started the stream and realized that was I had it had saved and I forgot to change the title, which I will have to do later. But Hardscope, yes, it should be Beacons update 5.71 or 7.0. Yeah, I know. Me too. I was like, wait a minute. And again, for those of you who haven't seen my city and you feel like seeing it, I'll do a little walkthrough because I'm always in my head with these new parts now. Like, how can I add this to the city? How can I change that? And I might just start adding. I might delete all that bit and or try a couple things and not save. We'll see. Oh, right on. Yeah, no, well, Hardscope, I hope the next one is a good one. Or they give you one of the Redux, and, you'll be able to get some of the, and I need to do some of the old ones. I missed some stuff. I need, I want the parts, and I don't have a save editor in yet, so, on the PC I just built. And this is the problem when you walk away, unfortunately. I don't know why this does this, where the top one shows, all the lower stuff shows, but the first one is not visible until about there, as you see. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to cover that little patch of nastiness. And we will use the new floor. Yeah, Hardscope, a lot of it is at the moment. This new update has caused a little bit of an issue here and there with some stuff. But, we'll get through it. It's time. Just time. So, easy peasy, lemon squeezy on that. That's all taken care of. And if we wanted to get crazier, we could bring it out a little bit, but there's no need. By the time we add anything to this. But, oh, you know what? Now I'm thinking maybe I need to. Let's try something here, shall we? Let's bring this side out by a paver. Nay. Okay. And even just doing that little bit, and, you know, hiding that bit that you can see through, makes it a little bit more natural already. And then we'll try to cover up and hide some of the rest of it as well. And to do that, what we're going to try is... I don't know. Something. Well, we could flip some stuff around. That's always a possibility. And then, of course, we could always do... So now what I'm doing is I'm using this basically as a kind of like what I'm looking for. You know, I'm just going to work off the central structure at this point. We'll see what we get out of that. You know, we're going to add rooms and you know, bits and pieces and see where we go. And again, thank you all for stopping in today, hanging out, keeping us company. I will be doing a live Discord stream this evening. If anyone is interested, I will probably just be, you know, doing some R&D on this, just messing around with it. But I will be available for, you know, build questions, build help, anything like that. And we're just listening to some cool, chill tunes that, you know, we don't have to worry about getting copyrights, you know, for playing it now. Can actually listen to some different music, which is nice. Alright, now we're going to get into the freighter construction. And we're going to grab an expansion room. And I'm going to make an attempt to see what it looks like in here. Perfect. Why are you red? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's not what I wanted. Alright, let's try that again. Remember, whenever doing any of the cache pin glitch, to clear your cache before you grab another part, or you will build a base computer. And it will be a pain in the butt. Alright, we're going to go expansion. That's better. What are you laughing at? Trevor? Oh, cash bin wolves, yeah. True, true. They definitely are sometimes. But if you build that base computer, it's like, really? Oh, son of a biscuit. Crazy how it stays nice and rendered in the build cam, you know, at that distance, but regular, it's kind of a nightmare. Get an expansion room again. window. Let's see if that makes it look better. Protruding a little bit much right now. And in order to clear your cache, just build another part of your scaffold, and then that way you won't get a base computer when you go to repin. Out a window. Do not like it. We're going to move that. Okay, we need that in the center of that one. All right, this is the, you know, the figuring it out part. Like, okay, what might work here? How do we make this do what we want it to do? So what I can do here is I can now come back over, grab this, bring that down. Yeah, and the lighting, it's so hard to see half the time. And then it's trial and error. A lot of trial and error. You're like, that didn't work. Oh, that looked good. And then you build off that. In cases like this where all these things are new and we don't know, what they do, and we've never gotten a chance to use them before. And we can actually take from here if we want, because we have all these floor panels to work with. You have all kinds of angles to kind of pull from. Remember, this is all experimental at the moment. None of this is set in stone in any way, shape, or form. It is all trial and error. What do we got? How can we make it work for us? You know, what can we do, etc., etc., etc. Shifting parts around a little bit, you know, to see where they might land in comparison. And then use these to build, you know, other things from. You know, we want to try to get a bit of a balance. You know, we'd like to, I don't want it to look like it's going to topple over like a Jenga tower. But, you know, we want it a little kind of, a little wonky. You know, we're going for kind of a dystopian vibe, if you will. Dead planet. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what the hell we're making. We're just building crap. Actually, instead of that, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, that, and that. And that gives us a little bit more. We should probably determine where the front of this thing is going to be. Which I'm going to kind of make this, I think, the front. And with the lighting so poor at the moment, it's tough to, you know, see what you're really doing. I should probably turn on a light. All right, so we're going to have to do this. basically the same thing, but it allows us to do what? That. Welcome to my nightmares. Alright. Nothing worse. Well, nothing worse, but it's not as fun when you've been. And this is again why I needed to open this up, you know, because I know I'm going to probably have to come out on some of these areas to balance it. And I don't have to necessarily use the freighter rooms, but I'm using it more as a spacing guide and sort of a, you know, again, a little scaffold. This looks like I can't even get in there. No, alright, it works. A little wonkadoo, but it works as what it is. And you know how it works. You know, you get to a certain point, you're like, all right, that's okay. And then you go back later and you're like, oh, yeah, no. We need to change that. Shift it, move it, whatever the case may be. Now, we don't want to cover all the tower, but we may. You never know. But the neat thing is you can, you know, the parts that dive into it work pretty cool. Yeah, it's kind of a, you know, when they call certain things a window, I'm like, yeah, that's not a window. It's a slit in the wall. And here's the other thing, like this piece. Oh, this one actually had, okay. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Wish these were a little different, I guess. Almost, but not quite. Well, we could probably get away with it. See why not? Until we get to about there. This persistent issue of having to use that crap to stack short walls. Drives me insane. Nice, Joy Ross. Where do you see that, homie? Oh, that's great. That's about a paver, I think. Or we could, you know. Nice, nice, nice. I'd like to see a half version of this. Would be nice too. Do we know when that is, the experimental? Thank you. Jeez. I mean, we could just remove this room altogether. We don't even need it now. You know, we've kind of used it as a template. I sort of dig this, but it doesn't mean I can't. I mean, these are here for the walkways, basically. I was just trying to see if there was a way I could, you know, skin this effectively and have it look appropriate. But with that angle here. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, pardon me. Oh, really? Oh, you know what? Did it... Oh, I don't have experimental, though. How do I get on experimental? Getting there. Is there any way anyone can check to see what's on Steam? I mean, I can check in a minute, but... Because I will download that ASAP. Alright, hold on. We'll do a save. We'll go check. This is going to drive me nuts in a moment. What are you... What are you on? You're on that. Alright. That's what I thought, okay. Then you block that. Alright, do a save. Give Steam a check. We'll start filling in some of the gaps. Bada-bada-boop. And we should be okay. Yeah, I mean, the only, obviously the only one I'm really concerned about is the city. And we are going to build a new city. It's just a question of, I would like to, I'd like to finish, the one I started, and I would like to add in these new parts. That is kind of my goal on this. See, now, as we build off of this, though, it does, and I'm cutting off some areas, it's highlighting other areas. So, that's something to think about, too. Right on, Joy Ross. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say I'm an influencer on these things, but Hello Games doesn't know who the hell I am. They did a bunch of years ago, and even then they didn't. They're just like, pull that thing out. That looks all right. We'll throw that in the trailer. All right. Let's do. Did we save? We just saved, right? Did we save? Burr, 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 burr. Double save. Interesting so far. Yeah. And when I say interesting, I mean it's garbage, but hopefully we'll get something out of it. This ain't what I'm looking for, but we'll experiment, we'll play, We have to. It's what we do. But oh yeah, we're 2.5 hours into sitting down here. So we just saved. We know we're good. I'm gonna turn off my torch for a second. I'm gonna walk over to here and take a look at that. And I have no life, which means I have no plans today. So we're gonna play around with this for a little while. See what we got. I'll be streaming for a bit. I don't want to get too late because I do have to. I'm going to do that right now. All right, y'all. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go hit the laboratory. My coffee needs a warming. And I need to take the trash out before my roommate gets home because I said I would, and I want to make sure I keep my promise. So we're going to take a little breather. Been sitting here for a bit, and I need to stretch out. For those of you who can't stick around and you got other things you need to do, thank you so much for stopping in, keeping us company, checking out some of my wacky building stuff. Don't forget, before you leave, to hit that like, subscribe, ring that notification bell, all that jive, and leave a comment if you'd like. And hopefully we'll see you again. And for those of you sticking around, you already know what I'm going to say. Peel those peepers away from the screen for a minute. get up, stretch out, get your bio break in, get a tasty beverage and a snacky treat, and we will see you in a few minutes. All right, y'all, we'll be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still, and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, smoke. Let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft, like a faded dream.
Oh, there he is. All right, GSG. Okay, we're back. I forgot how it was listed, how I was supposed to command that. So Grimstone Gaming is the one who did my intro music and the Nip Nip song. Hit him up. Reasonable. Great guy. Reasonable prices. And if you like what you heard, he can make you something cool. All right, let's get back on it. We never got to. You know what? We're going to do a little more, and then we're going to go exploring. I feel like doing a little exploration. Get my explore out. And we didn't cover the whole wire either, which is nice. All right. Welcome, legendaries. Good to have you. You know, I'm in the debate of this, right? Do we need that? No, we don't actually. Well, we do if we want to add certain parts. So, all right, if I want and be able to enter, or, yeah, because it'll be, do we want that, or do we want to just kind of stick with what we got and, like, you know, make this a room out of this somehow? You know what I mean? And we could make our own windows and blah, blah, blah. Drop that. Yeah, we don't need this. I think we could make our own thing. While these are neat, and we could add them, but now we've kind of used that as a guide and a, you know, a distance, which we could then alter a little bit more too. And then all we need is those cuboids there in order to add in I kind of like them, but all right, we did a save, right? Let's, I know we did, but I am gonna just play it smart before I start adding stuff. And I could add it here, right? I don't know why I'm doing this. not what I want. I know it's not, but we're going to try it anyway. Oh! Maybe. Kind of, sort of. Not really, but we'll give it a shot. Hold on. Let me see what I can do. Sometimes we get lucky. Less often than normal, but... we might need to, but then we don't need that. Then maybe unless we do that, and then we get rid of that bit. Shoot. Then we have no reason for that. Alright. I spent all that time. Yeah, whatever. We can always bring it back. Sound author. Hey, how you doing? The bizarre snap point on that. It might not even be. It might be. No, that is it. It's a little bizarre, but okay. Wait a minute. No. This doesn't like to turn. Like a standard wall. You know how a standard wall, you can get it to turn. This does not like to turn. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's... requires... Nope. That might be the problem. But it shouldn't be. Yes, turn the other way, please. It will not. I can't even do it on this one, so that doesn't spin. Oh, we're getting there. You know, this blend is the part that we're going to have to, you know, do our work on. And the nice thing with this is we could, you know, with very little effort, you know, we could just create our own spot to bring this, you know, get it as straight as possible, pick a reference point. And work off of it, you know. But I'm trying to stay as close to the scaffold as possible. And this is a fib. Where it shows you your where it's supposed to snap. And this is the downside with cash bin. Well, one of the many downsides of cash bin. But worthwhile if you have the patience. Alright, let's see here. It'd be nice if we could just bring freighter parts out. All right, let's check and see if there's any update or patch on PC at least. Let's give it a shot. I am not a experimental player, unfortunately. Nope. How do you become experimental? How do you get on that list of listy bits? Because if it's having to like report in and be like this, and this, I'm on it. Hopefully that experimental will be out tomorrow. Because if it's not, then I gotta wait because I gotta go back to work on Wednesday. And I'm not looking forward to that. Oh, lost window. 2. And it doesn't. Let me try it. I can't remember the formula for this. Wish I could. All right, so it is 3 down, and then that was 3 over, right? So it's a 3 and 3 combo. Okay, we need this to keep it open. And you just incorporate those parts into the build. You know, you just figure out a way to make that work. You know, yeah, it kind of is a drag, but we could also... What could we do here? What could we do here? I don't know if I should just keep that one, but then that's a door I have to put in. You know what I could do, because it would go interior. Ah, wait a minute. What if I... No, it wouldn't. It would go here. Okay. Thank you, Joy Ross. I don't know about... I don't know yet. We'll see. You know me, I'm never happy with these things. But this is our first foray into these parts, so. And I think if I can work off of this central bit, we'll be okay. Alright, we are going to need this. Part of me now wishes it would just a little higher, but it doesn't mean that we can't, you know, incorporate this as, you know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. We make this part of the build, you know. You know, I mean, again, it's we make this work for us, you know. Throw something in it, we're fine, you know. And if we just put a window there at the end. And I'm also thinking if I try this, and we'll see what happens. Either going to work or it's not. We go, boom. Too far. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Hey now. This is what I'm talking about, you know. That's kind of neat. Get rid of that for now. Well, actually, we can get it later. Let's grab a window, which we will have to do from here. Hey, this is starting to actually get very, very agitating. Oh, I guess I can't now with the window there. Now, if you would like to see more of this experiment. I'm gonna have to get some food in, oh, I don't know, maybe an hour-ish. But if you would like to see more of this experiment, I will be streaming this live on Discord tonight. And if you have any questions or build questions or need some help, just let me know. That's interesting. I don't know if you just saw that. It won't let me go back into selecting a new thing. That's a little strange. Like I can't change the swap the part. I swapped it, but then it swapped back. Ah, okay. Grass. I see. Yeah. I was like, Yeah, it's again, the parts, man, are really great. You know, I can't wait to see what they are truly supposed to look like and um really get a use of them. That's all right. That ain't bad. I mean, yeah, it's not the full window, but BFD, right? That's still pretty darn cool. It only gives you the base. It's all about the base, about the base, about the... Kind of like that angle. Just not sure how to... What I do there. That would be... here to there to remove that. No. Yeah, alright. I guess we're getting rid of it. We'll keep the upper one. I don't know why, but we will. I mean, come on. How freaking easy is it to make something look interesting with these parts? It's like, yeah, throw this here. Yeah, you know. I mean, yes, you could make it, you know, more, you know, blend in better, whatever, this, that, and the other thing. But, which is kind of what I'm trying to do right now. Just trying to see what we can get here. Blend in here, a little. Yeah, it's really somewhat ridiculous, if I'm to be 100% honest. It is kind of like, oh. But yeah, tonight I'll be on Discord listening to some mellow tunes, just probably noodling away on this, getting prepped for tomorrow's stream. So if you have any interest in checking out more of this wacky project, let me know by coming in and hanging out. And again, we're hiding, so you know we're trying to hide a lot of this. Yeah, we're almost at 6 hours. We'll probably cut it in a little bit so I can eat, and then I'm gonna do a live on Discord tonight. So if anyone is interested in seeing more of this wacky concoction, it's just so freaking bloody easy to make this stuff look good. And it's not even like looking good. You know what I mean? It hasn't gotten to there yet. But it just... It's like silliness at how good this stuff works, you know? Unbelievable. Like, seriously, unbelievable. You know, forget having to do any sort of work these days. You just fucking throw on some parts and there you go. We still haven't even gotten into turning things upside down yet either. Still having a problem with this, you know, where it doesn't want to seem to. You know what? Thought I liked that, but I guess I like this better. Like, seriously. Like, why bother? Just notice that, damn it. Two and a half before, but So, what was it again? 3, 2, 1, I think. So again, if you're interested, I'll be picking up later tonight, probably in about 3 hours. I want to see what this looks like. I'm going to change it up here and see if it's worthwhile. Although it would not be. Why am I doing that? That makes no sense. Wish there was a freighter half stair. I'm trying to now kind of imagine where that would be. I could bring it down here. Then I'd have to, yeah, I'd have to loop it around, so no. No. And of course, we will be doing the Tuesday morning build and chill as normal. So tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., we'll come back to this. For those of you who do not want to watch the Discord stuff later, all right. Like, seriously? Eh, it's okay. Pretty close there. Not too far off. Yeah. But that, okay. Yeah, no. Okay. Gonna have to figure out how to deal with that. That's kind of a drag. Not really, though. Hmm. We could do. Yeah, no. Hmm. And we haven't even gotten into like turning, flipping things upside down and whatnot yet. So. Where did that part go? There it is, right there. Nope, not liking that. Alright, we'll get there with it. I don't exactly know what I want to do here, but I will figure it out. I have a feeling I need to do some flipping. I just want to blend it in as, you know, as nicely as possible. All right, we're getting there. It's, you know, new parts, slow process. Eventually we'll figure it out. But we're getting somewhere. We're definitely getting somewhere. You know, we just got to balance it out a little bit, that's all. Once we do that, we should be fine. Alrighty, my friends. Alright, I've been on for 6 hours. I think that's a day job right there. Don't forget, if you want to hang out and listen to some music, some mellow vibes, and, you know, watch more of this, join the Discord, and we'll, yeah, and we'll be doing that later on tonight. Alright. Well, again, oh, wait, before I say anything or do anything, let's take a look, see if there's anybody on that I know of. Take a look here. YouTube. Yeah, these parts are crazy. I can't wait to see, you know, I can't wait to see what they got going on. Oh, Jason Plays is playing some Planet Crafter. Looks like Captain Steve is doing some settlement building, so maybe checking out the patch, seeing if that works for the settlements. That's about all I have for. I've either got Jason Plays doing a little Planet Crafter, or I've got Captain Steve doing some No Man's Sky. So go check those guys out if you have not already. Subscribe to them. And you will not be disappointed. There we go. All right, y'all. Go give them some love. Again, we'll be on Discord. And what time is it now for me? In about 3 hours. I need a little break. Gonna grab some food, get an errand or two done, and then I'm gonna want to keep messing around with this. We'll see what we get. Who knows? Something crazy, something nothing, a big giant mess. Hopefully we'll get to patch soon for the building stuff. I'm going to look into that, see if what it says about that in the experimental. And we will go from there. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out and keeping me company. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time to do more of this. And hopefully we'll see a patch. That would be really great. If we can get a patch going tomorrow, and we can see if there's any changes in what we got going on. And hopefully there might be. So here's our mess so far. We're getting there. It'll be a build of wacky proportions, but yeah, we're going to raid either... so Captain Steve's doing No Man's Sky Settlements. Jason Plays is doing Planet Crafter. So raid either one of them. A little hashtag APG raid. Show some love out there. Anyway, thanks again, y'all. Until next time, this has been me, Kevin C, here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and Starship Race. Get those action pants on, get out there, start building some wild and wacky stuff. And don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment, and all that jive. Until next time, y'all, take care. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it